There appears to be no sign of the pre-recorded remarks from Feds at Bostic just yet, but as a reminder, I doubt there'll be much monetary policy talk from Bostic. Again, he's due to be giving welcoming remarks via recorded video at a conference on racial inequality. So according to a senior EU official, the US and the EU are working toward an agreement in the principle on free trade agreement-like status.
Oh, so we have a pretty similar setup to yesterday. Once
For
we
more from an
breached
EU
over that
official who says an agreement
4055,
could be reached in time for the EU President von der Leyen's visit to Washington next week.
let this guy talk. Okay. We're basically just at this node from previous double distribution that we had, right? So we have this B, right? And we have a imbalance here into 4040. So this like 4030 to 4045, 4050 area is kind of going to be big, but we have a pivot at 4040 and a pivot at this 4030 area. So this is going to be like our first area that we're going to have to be able to get through. So right now, price looks something like this. So we're expecting a flag here, sellers to get absorbed, and us to kind of fill these orders, and then a push to fill out this node and come up into this like 4055, 4060 area if it's going to happen. It's kind of what I'm looking at. And our POCs at this like, I don't know, like 4018 to 4010 on TPO. So we're expecting this area to hold, come back into it, and then push. But this like 4010 to, I don't know, I'll have to go and actually look, but I would say like 4017 is kind of where we're looking for buyers to really get aggressive to keep us up here. Yeah. But basically, we're just right at this LVN, like this low volume area, and right on the edge of this previous distribution. So it makes sense that we're finding some resistance here, but expecting buyers to keep up and push us through and fill out this low volume area. Excuse me. So it's just these three lines. Nothing really else there. It's a very similar setup to yesterday, again, with the distribution that we were watching. Yesterday, we had this. Let me bring this up. This is what we were looking at before, where uh, we were looking for price to breach this 55, 56 area and then push and fill this low volume area. And then our target was this 3980, 3985 to fill this low volume node if we had breached 3070. So pretty similar setup. Yep. About all I have to say. Kind of coming in late in the
According to
day
the
here.
Financial Times, the US calls for revived UK trade talks after the Northern Ireland deal. So Washington welcomes the Windsor Agreement for easing tensions with London governments. Looking into this, senior lawmakers in Washington are calling for a reinvigoration of trade talks between the US and UK after Britain and the EU struck a deal over Northern Ireland that removes a huge source of tension between Washington and London.
How's everyone doing this morning?
We've put the Financial Times piece out on the feed for anybody interested.
Oh, nice, Adrian. Huge. I never got stopped out last night, so I still have my singular contract that I posted for my trims. So I'm in one from 3946. Um, what we're looking at on more of like the technical or like the technical analysis front of like where our pivots are. RTY has recovered ADR. So we're just kind of looking for that to hold as support. And we're at our edge on NQ. So we're just looking for a flag and a breakover. And then kind of this, the next area I want to see NQ hold in is just this like 226.33 area. So from like here to here, we're kind of just looking for this to play out and become support for a push back up. Pretty similar on ES. But yeah, I mean, this is that edge that we were playing on the distribution that I just showed. So we're just looking for this to build up and eat up all the sellers that potentially are here, and then we give a chance to play up to the next edge, which is like 40-50. Yeah, same, sir. I woke up at 9, no, 8:30, and then looked at pre-market from bed, and then watched the open, saw that we were all right, and then went back to sleep. But we've got like bulls in control, right? It's we can tell that pretty easily by either looking at where our ADRs are, looking at where our opening ranges were for the day. So if we're above our regular trading hour opening ranges and our Globex opening ranges, we know that bulls are in control. Like, it's a pretty easy way to just determine that pretty quickly. So we know like our let me turn on our 30-second opening ranges here. We know that we immediately pushed out of our regular trading hour opening range on retest, and we've been in a uptrend ever since, right? So you know that bulls are in control for this session, and you also know that from Globex session, they're also in control, and from European session, right? We're above all three of these. So until we get below these, there's really not a bear play unless we get to a major pivot above, right, for a short-term scalp. But until we get below these, bulls are in control. So it's just an easy way to kind of analyze that. Another really good thing that we have going for us is Apple ADR and VWAP are below us as support. It's a pretty easy way to be like, okay, who's in control? Which side should I be looking to be playing? We know that Apple ADR held, our VWAP held, and we're able to push. So we're looking for this halfway back to keep up so we can have a potential 3 bar back up to this high, this 150.17. Break of that, we look for like 151. But like we're not shorting because there's nothing to short here. You know, there's nothing. Like we're if anything, this is chop, or it's going to be a flag where we just build out this node for continuation. It's going to pull up our underlyings that we usually keep track of. just to kind of give our pivots of what we're looking at. So again, Apple, we've got ADR holding, VWAP holding. We're just trying to build this out and breach over this resistance currently, right? Let me change our color to red. So we're just trying to breach this and build a 3-bar here on Apple. DXY is at a known base, this 104.7. We want to see that get broken and come back down to our ADR low, and then we can look for potential shorts at a double bottom here. Microsoft, we are holding our VWAP and trying to build that 3-bar as well for a push up to ADR into this 254.19. Google, same system, but we're at ADR now, so we're looking for this to build, hold for a push up to 93.7. Tesla is at ADR, so you're just expecting VWAP to hold and kind of a flag to kind of form here and a pushback into our VWAP for a continuation up. XLE is at a pivot, kind of just expecting sideways movement unless we can breach 87.13, and then we can make that support for continuation up. So this could either come back down and then come for continuation, something like that maybe. But best case scenario is we get something like that for Apple. That's kind of where I'm at, though. There's nothing really to say here. It's either sideways chop or a slight bleed and flag, and then continuation up. And I mean, to me, that's not something I short. It's like, do I want to be in the chop, or do I want to be at a major pivot where we're going to see immediate selling? We're just oscillating in between our 0 and our 1000 tick, right? So treat it where 0 is our negative 500, 500 is our flat 0, and 1000 is our top, right? Our oscillation is just here, right? These three. We're in a bullish oscillation where we're just holding 0. You can see that all 3 of our ticks are pretty much in
So,
sync
EU official
on a
says it would be an
uptrend.
absolute red line if China provided weapons to Russia and would respond with sanctions.
I'd love to see buyers step in here at this 40.27. If 27s don't hold, I think your best entry would be to wait, be patient. If 27s don't hold, I expect us to come into this imbalance that's here, into the 24, and for it to get bought up. So if you're not in and you don't want to take a late entry with a stop into the 27 area, just wait for 24s. You just draw that 4022, 4024. We can see that Apple's kind of starting to do the setup that we were looking for, which is this 3 bar, right? We're just looking for a breach of these top wicks. As soon as I can confirm, then we can get a push to that 150.17, and then kind of our top edge at 150.32. Once we've kind of reclaimed that, then we can move up for that 151 area. But like, there's really not much here. It's either chop or a slow bleed and flag back down to where buyers find value until we can really reclaim these pivots and build out this node. 27 still holding his bid every time they're offered. Watching a slight divergence in the sense of I don't really want to call it divergence. I'm seeing a weakening in our tick, right, with these lower highs, lower highs, lower highs into our zero. So that's something to just be aware of. Where if we're not able to breach our 500, something that we'll probably see a larger pullback, whereas like buyers aren't putting in, they don't have enough ammo here to push us out, and the sellers are in control in quotes in this range, which would give us our dip buy, right? If we see these lower highs continue, just seeing a weakening in pressure for an up volume. So we want to see a breach of 500 and a pushback over this like 800 untick, break us out of this range. Until then, you either are scalping the range where you're buying into this like 4027 area and you're selling into 4031, or you're waiting for a break of this area for a directional play. Is that a good thing? I don't know about a good thing, Komodo. So, whoops. Our YOLO scanner for the day is has a pretty bearish outlook on what it's calling. I don't know if there's any truth in it, but something to be aware of. Looks like most things on here are down, or either flat or down like 20% currently. The Tesla longs are up 117%. Roblox 130. Some more AI puts coming through on that. Those are just showing like directional 0 DTEs. I think the longer that we wait here, and the more that these lower highs start coming in, the more likely this 4022, 4024 is. But again, like we just are waiting to see reactions in 4027 and if we breach zero ever. Zero's been our bottom of this oscillation as we're bullish. So until that breaches, like, and if it's zero tick into our 27s, like you're gonna get a bid unless something like drastically changes. It's just chop, right? Yeah, and that's you've it's that should be a pretty good indication that every time we've dipped, buyers have been there to step up, right? When we get trapped, I don't want to say trapped, but when we see the stagnation into a pivot, you're expecting either chop, right, or a slow bleed down if there's a buy side failure to push, right? There's just the sellers are winning. There isn't enough of a acceleration out of this area, and the longer we spend here, the more likely, in my opinion, right, that we get this move down and then a pop, with sell side winning. So until 27s aren't bid, like we just respect this range that we're trading in until we get a break of the range in either a retest or a break of the range in a retest, and you can just play the range tight stop on either side, right? Like the range is 27 to 31. Until that breaks, you respect that, or you wait for it to push below, retest it as resistance, and then your next buying opportunity is this like 22 to 24 area.
What's up, guys?
Yo,
How are you, Darian?
This is how I'm looking at it, by the way. Just like how did we come up with that zone other than the imbalance that's there? Well, it's like, look at this. This is where, for the last 30-minute period before this chop, this is what we're holding. This 40.27, 40.31. We're building in here. So if we do come down, I expect this to hold, which is our previous range. It's our POC for that period, right? And we have some lower areas where we could potentially be looking for price to chop and then come back up. But this 40.24 or 40.22, and then our value high here for this 30-minute period is 40.25. So I expect buyers to come in this area. It just makes sense if we're going to. It's like either we're rolling over to see to find buyers again that want to participate at these highs, and this area seems like the best to try to find that if we need a little bit more of a dip and this range doesn't hold. But again, like until zero breaks, 27 is your buy into our zero, right? Like there's nothing really else to say. I'm just gonna keep saying the same thing over and over again. Morning, Tom.
So we're noting US natural gas futures extending their gains now up by 5%.
So, I've gotten a few DMs from a few people over last night that said that the footprint charts really made things make sense. And were even a little bit of the lesson yesterday we did for like an hour. I want once again want to make a couple statements about them. One, if you're only using TradingView, do not utilize any of the indicators. They're not storing intravart data, so it will not help. You're going to have to go onto a program such as Tradeovate, and even that is not great compared to like Sierra or Jigsaw. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday, but please don't try to rely on one off TradingView. And second of all, please, if you're interested and it's helping and clicking for you, that's great. Go watch the Axia videos. Like, I'm not a footprint trader, right? So if you want to dive deeper, other than just the basics of what they are, I implore you to spend the time to go explore those series and videos.
So just to make our users aware, Feds Bostic's pre-recorded remarks did get released. However, there was no mention of monetary policy in here, speaking at an event on racial inequality.
Yes, that site is really good, Singe.
I gotta up Mario. Where are you?
Talk. I can. What is my gain at? Oh no, my gain's basically maxed.
No, you're good. I just did the up you.
Though in like what, an hour when I'm actually like alive into the afternoon, then you'll be like, damn, he's too loud. Turn him down.
Mario is just saying that if you're looking to use footprints or any sort of like delta candle cluster charts, that you shouldn't be trying to do it in TradingView, as they don't store intrabar data unless you are on that chart live at the time. Right, so if you try to switch time frames or go to any other chart, you're not going to have real data. It's just like average bullshit. So you want to be using a different platform that does store all of intrabar data and has real-time data coming in, and not just candle closes. Trade is a platform that does that, but their footprint charts are more like delta candle charts. They're not fully
Yeah.
inclusive. So it's good to see like where major selling and buying happened on the candles, but they aren't like uh, quote unquote real footprint charts. That's all he was saying, which is the truth. Here's our break potentially. Let's see if we can find a buyer here. Push us out of this range. Put up targets 40.35, 40.38. Russell needs to show some strength. We're seeing slight divergence between RTY, NQ, and ES, with NQ and ES kind of following a similar movement here, but Russell lagging. As soon as we see the Russell break this range, then we'll be good to go for a continuation. So when we get into these situations where we can just continuously buy this 40.27, I just move my stop usually, because when we're here, it's either I stop out and into like the 40.29 area. I'll set it halfway, and either we get the breakout or we don't. But then I'm still profitable and I'm in at the bottom, right? So that's kind of the mentality I'll have. It's like, yeah, eventually we are going to break in a direction, right? So either I'm playing 40.27 to 40.31, and that's my profit area, or I'm just moving my stop up from our 40.27 entry, and we wait to see if this can hold. Because this is what we were looking for. This is the potential flagging at the top of our resistance to become support for a push up. So you want to have your best average in place there, just in case. I don't know if anyone's been playing that range, but if you're waiting, we're just seeing if this can build, and we want to see a nice move out of here. I'm still seeing that divergence on tick on our highs. So really want to see tick start to be able to hold 500.
I have to take a call. Give me 1 second.
You're good. Microsoft, nice move. Google still kind of stuck under ADR here, but Microsoft leading this push with that's basically it, honestly. Everything else is still just chopping. Apple, Google, Tesla.
So we're now 10 minutes away from the top of the hour, where we
Say
do get
Tesla,
the
Microsoft are
weekly
probably the
Baker Hughes
strongest
rig
here.
count numbers. So the total rig counts are a prior of 753, while oil rigs have a forecast of 602 and a prior of 600.
My phone call, the impetus for the buyers to actually step in.
Hope so. It's the worst when we get on and then it's just chop for the next 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
It's also noting oil futures extending their gains, with Brent up by $1 a barrel. While we're looking to the markets here, so they're seeing the Nasdaq extending gains as well, up 1.6%, while the S&P is up 1.2% on the session so far. There's some analyst commentary here as US stocks advanced even after data highlighted resilience in the service sector, with investors betting that the Federal Reserve won't raise interest rates beyond peak levels already priced in by the markets. So data this week showed continued labor market resilience in the US as well, supporting the case for the Fed to keep tightening its policy, which is a theme that pushed almost every major asset into the red throughout February. But sentiment improved after Fed's Bostic said today or yesterday, that the central bank could possibly pause its rate hikes sometime this summer. So investors deciphered his comments as dovish, even though Bostic and his colleagues said they'd continue to be data dependent, and a Fed report on Friday emphasized that further rate increases are in store.
Gonna need to see a little bit more aggressiveness here.
Microsoft just breached ADR high, so kind of. I don't know. I'm just saying the same shit over and over again. I'm not stop. Either you're into 27s or you took the 40-31 hold and you're playing into 40-35, 40-36. That's the play.
So 5 minutes now to the top of the hour, where we do get the US Baker Hughes rig count data for the week. The total rigs saw a prior read of 753, while oil rigs
There
have
it
a
is. There's
forecast of
PT.
602 and a
GG.
prior of 600.
Move stops up and let it run. That's a range break, right?
Tick is kind of like surprisingly tight on that move.
Yeah.
What is stagnant?
Really want to see 500 hold.
What out there is stagnant?
RTY pretty much sold off that entire thing. See if we retrace it, push back over 1926.5.
SMH? We have 0.4% today. You got like almost that full NVIDIA move, huh?
Mm-hmm. Wasn't on to play it, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's like I don't even What's the point?
Just seeing comments from Feds
Ugh.
Collins, who spoke at Vermont Banks Association's conference. Remarks were made earlier this week. Says that inflation remains too high. There's more work to do. Again, just comments from Feds Collins that are just being released now that were made earlier this week.
Are people in from the 27 bid or the 31
So
top of
shortly
range
expecting the
holds?
Baker Hughes
Are you
rig
guys
count
waiting
data for the
still?
week, where I'll be leading with the total rig count.
Talk to me. Great job. Great job. All right. There it is. Let's see if we can build out a node here. About the only play that was on the table when I got on, so glad it worked. What were we looking for on Apple for this move to happen? You guys remember? This is what it is now, where it's at now. So just watching underlyings to give us an understanding of when moves are going to happen and why they're going to happen, right? So Apple breaking that range, pushing up into our edge, that 151 or 150.26. Next PT, if we can break the edge of 151. But 38 was kind of my PT. I just want to see this
The
area
Baker
chop
Hughes
up a
total
bit,
rig count
build,
749,
hold, right? And then I want
749,
to see
while
continuation of
oil
the
rigs at
4043.
592, lower
This
than
could,
forecast 602.
if 4035 doesn't hold, we're expecting 4033 to find buyers again for a bounce.
And Feds Collins also did say that additional rate hikes are needed to cool prices.
Yeah, Adam, this is one of those areas where it's like you're either buying the low and your stop is break even and you're waiting for the high, right? Or it breaks below your low and then you are just in the next play, right? Like it's either like a break even play for me or it's going to be a continuation where we just move stops up to once we get to this 4031, I move it to like 4029, right? Halfway in the range. We see if there's any sort of pullback, but we are expecting this building here. It's always important to remember what the overall play is when we're moving stops and like what we're expecting.
Think I've talked about this before, Adam, but something that you can notice is like don't get aggressive with your stops until you observe one time framing on any time, like if you're on a smaller time frame, right? Like until we started one time framing on the 3 minute, like that was your momentum, right? And you can just trail the lows. Until then, you have to respect the range, or else you're just gonna get noised out.
You know, like this is what I'm talking about here. It's where we're just like you're buying this low, your stops at break even. We're respecting that this is a range, and we're targeting into this upper area. And if you keep that mentality, like look at what your risk to reward is with that. If you're in from the low, yeah, I mean, I don't know though. Like the one time framing thing, you get off of a breakout, right? So you would have, I think Personally, again, I mean, this is what I would have done. This is our original stop at this original base here, 426.50. We're buying the 4027, understanding that we're chopping in between these two areas. Once we reach that 4031, I'm moving my stop to halfway up the range, this 4029, and then I'm waiting to see how this builds up here, right? Because I want to be in still from my lowest possible price point, but I'm expecting a flagging to retest this what was resistance. So I want to have some wiggle room here, just in case this does move up. And I want to be able to stop out for profit if it fails.
That last sentence you just said is what I was trying to get at, Adam. I might
Yeah.
not have put it in words correctly. Like, if you get a late entry at like 28 half, like, you still need to understand that like your supports are down into 27. Which is why the entry is the focus, right?
Yeah.
Which is, I understand that, but that's an entry issue, right? Like, the way to solve that is by not diddling in the tight range and
Yeah.
executing edges. Then your stops become cleaner because it's more objective.
This is one of the reasons I was really pointing out 27 test into our zero tick. It's like we're looking for that bounce there, and if zero doesn't hold, we then now have a change in our tick trend as well, right? It's like it's giving you the best possible entry with the closest invalidation, so you know you're wrong almost immediately. Because if zero doesn't hold, which has been holding for the entirety of the day, and our 27 isn't holding, we know that we're probably going to have a shift and we're going to be pushing down to 4024, right? So it's like I am now limiting my risk as much as possible because I am right at the bottom. So if it invalidates, I know it invalidates and it'll invalidate very quickly. But if it bounces, we get the immediate pushback up at the bottom of our tick range and our price range. But yeah, I mean, like if the 27 is still your invalidation, right? So your stop should be 27, unless you don't want to take any losses. Then I totally get where you're coming from. But if you're gonna play like that, where you're buying at a higher level, like 4028, 50, or 4028, you still have the same validation originally, right? Which is like 4027. So your stop should be there, or you should be trying to add back in. It's like, yeah. Again, I'll be looking for this 4034, 4048 area, with our midpoint being an FEG at 4046. I try to keep downside risk as tight as possible. It's like either the play works or I'm invalidated, and I wait for either a participant to step in at a higher low from that point that it invalidated, or a rejection, and then I'll look for an imbalance that's below that to try to participate again, right? For me, that makes the most sense because it's like I'm either right immediately or I'm not, and then we stop out, break even, and we try again. And that'll keep your drawdown pretty minuscule as well, as long as you're like managing the trade and not going in for hopium. Once it breaks 27, then it's going to recapture it, you know? Yeah, perfectly said, Singe. Because like, what is a range, right? It's balance. It's equilibrium between buyers and sellers. And so as long as that you play it until it doesn't work, and you'll know it doesn't work very quickly if you're buying the bottom.
It's one of the most interesting parts of trading psychology to me because that's very common, but then the byproduct of that is people buying the top,
Yeah.
which is far worse in every objective manner. Yeah, but like,
It's where retail is trying to go long, and it's where everyone else is going short.
yeah. This is true. Like, I have no further comments on that.
So the last 30 minutes of the day.
So according to Citi YouGov poll here, UK public inflation expectations for 5 to 10 years ahead rise to 3.8% in February from 3.5% seen in January. UK public inflation expectations for just 12 months ahead rise to 5.6%, again according to a Citi/YouGov poll.
I didn't favorite any
For
of the
more from
gifts I
Citi,
made
as they
last
say,
night.
unexpected increase reaffirms continued upside risks that have
Hey, go
stalked the
back.
UK inflation
Scroll
expectations.
up.
It says it's premature to declare victory over embedded inflation just yet. So again, that's Citigroup commenting on the UK.
That is something actually, Leighton. Reminds me of Gaston. Good Friday energy at Attendee Shop.
So all this action that's happening here with this like hold of 4038, this is Microsoft trying to create a new high, which it just did, but we're basically just at resistance here in Microsoft. We're looking for this to build out a bit before continuation. Google's recovered ADR. It's been holding VWAP all day, and it is now trying to hold ADR as support. Apple, top of the range. XLE, top of the range. Tesla holding ADR as support. So I'm just going to screenshot my panel one more time for the day. From all of the moves that we were looking for. Right, this is the breakout. So now we're retesting these highs on Apple, trying to hold our halfway back from that candle. So just this flagging action for continuation. Microsoft top, so we expect either a strong break out of it or some choppiness here. Google, nice little pennant, right? And we're trying to hold ADR now on a retest for continuation up. Tesla ADR held, so we've now broken the range that Tesla usually trades. So we have a potential bullish continuation if we can hold ADR here. And what we need to be watching for is this potential double bottom on DXY into ADR for a bounce out, and then that would cause a further pullback on all of our underlyings before we get a larger move up.
Surely expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
So just another area where I expect choppiness with all of our underlyings at the top, right? And DXY down at ADR. They're determined. It's a fib. It's a fib pull, kind of.
103
So they're all
counterparties
just
take
measured
two spot
moves based off of
$186
our
trillion at the Fed
ATR,
reverse repo operation.
and then we pull a fib. So it's price action based and then measured moves. Yeah. I think the ES, what is this? The daily shows where we are pretty well. So I'm going to step over to that ES chart and why this area is kind of going to be chop. We're at the top of this range and we now have a sell imbalance on this side, right? So we're just kind of going to be chopping it up in this area.
An eye on this Microsoft value high retest. Ooh. Got the Elon tweet. It's beginning, Sig.
Yeah, what's that?
You'll see.
Yep. Crypto in the metaverse is so last year.
Seriously. Why would you buy a shitcoin when you can buy NVIDIA GPUs? No, I think you're not reading it, and this is like a sentiment statement, Tatum. Not like a statement. Do you actually, Crown? Why don't you just buy me like 2 bags of coffee beans instead?
Did what I just show make sense? That we just tagged fresh supply here? Did everyone grasp that? So like a larger pullback is to be expected, and we're just waiting to see more participation. Yeah, okay. You go to a 15. So this like 40, 33, 50, 40, 32, 75 areas where I'd be looking for a move if the FEG doesn't hold here at 40, 35. Right, so it's the same sequence where we have a 15-minute below, so we're either looking for rejection into this, continuation, bounce, rejection into this, fill this gap, and come back down. But the first area I'd be interested in is right in here, if this doesn't hold. So this is your first bounce, right, at the imbalance below. And we look to just see if it can come up and tag this, and then if this becomes resistance, then we look for a continuation like that. Oh yeah, that is the worst.
Yeah, it's annoying.
So this is where I'd expect sellers to try to step back in here. It's 40.37, 40.38, top of our previous range. They don't have to, but it makes the most sense into our previous 15-minute halfway back. It's terrifying.
I've never seen that before. It's amazing. Yeah, I would try the app at him. Like Sam refuses to use
Yeah, I
the app,
don't.
and he's fine with the web page, but because that just seems like something that, if created, would have made the rounds. And it was created.
So it's just trying to hold the imbalance that was created from this little puke down here, trying to eat up the sellers. Failure to do so, then we come back down and we come to our mid that we were looking for before. If it can hold here, great, right? This is the imbalance that was created. We're now just trying to hold the base of it after filling, and that creates your flag, and either it breaks below or it comes up, and then we can create a new high. Hopefully these concepts are like you can see them now.
The new 15 open. Half hour here too. Very high out of the Russell.
Yeah, Russell leading. It's the break that we're wanting to see on NQ. Yes, it's already happened on the Russell. God damn it. So I'm just in case we're still struggling with these like imbalanced concepts, I'm just gonna pull this up. This is the same thing that we're looking at with this puke bar being this here, with the selling happening in this, right? This is this, this is this. So this retracement is just retracing this low volume area into where the seller was previously. Do you guys, are you following that? So when we do it over here as well, you can see that this is just a retracement of this vomit candle that came down. We're expecting sellers here, and we're looking for this area here. Mm,
For me, it way more depends on the aggressiveness of the
yeah.
participants, Adam. Like even there, we saw the Russell go, and then you didn't get bidders out of NQES. So then it's like, okay, we're gonna have to pause.
Yeah, I mean, until I see this 15-minute FEG below us break, I'm not really concerned in a full reversal.
Strength and time are also variables, right?
Yeah.
That you have to put into account when you're looking at it like that. Yeah.
What I want to see is I want to see Vixie come into our VWAP and 20 EMA up at 892, 893. And I want to see us tag that as we tag our 4032 area on ES for a buy. And then that just creates like a flag, right? And then I'll be looking to play this back up. And if like 4032 doesn't work, we should know pretty quickly. And your next area is just the full imbalance fill, like 4030, 4031. So like in my head right now, even I'm like, if this doesn't give, what am I looking for at this retest of the lows? I'm looking for a buyers to show strength on a retest, and I'm looking for a divergence between our two underlyings here, right? Like NQ created a higher low, whereas ES did a double bottom. So like if we don't get the target, I'm seeing that there's some strength or more strength in NQ than there is in ES here. So if NQ can breach our 13 and show that it's going to have a continuation of strength, that's a good indicator that this might be our local bottom, right? But does that mean that I need to take that play? No. It's something to keep an eye on, because if NQ keeps leading, then I want to see it recover this and hold, and then I can get an entry here, and I don't have to wait for this one down below. Would I be happier if we came down into this 4032 area? Yeah. But if we do get a break, that's fine. I mean, it is what it is. This is a bullish shape at our highs, right? We have a known resistance above that we need it to become support, and then I'm willing to take a bet if we do get back up there and I still see this continuing divergence between ES and Q. If I don't see that breach and hold, then I'll wait for our target. Then there's just no play. So I have either a play above or I have a play below that I'm waiting on. And I don't need a diddle here. So even if I miss the below move, we have a plan to play the continuation. That's really what I'm getting at. And that's like when people are like, oh, I missed the move by one tick. Well, what's your secondary plan? What's the continuation play? Are you just going to watch it go up forever and you missed your one tick entry and now you're just not going to participate?
Like, no, I'm gonna buy the top. Don't you worry.
Yeah. Have a good one, Crom. Yeah, and like the mentality always is like, I'm not the one that's controlling the market. I'm not the one that's putting up millions and millions of dollars to push price. But I do need to, like, my only job, my responsibility is to find the areas where buyers and sellers will find value. And so I need to have a plan one and a plan two. It's like if they are participating um, at these equal lows here on ES, what's the next best entry? Like, where are shorts going to be exiting? Or where are buyers going to step in to find value again to push price up? Like, I need to know both places because sometimes price doesn't come to my magic line, you know? And that's just following price action and watching what people are doing in the market who are moving the price and where they're going to find value. Where is an actual breakout? What happens when we come up and retest this area? Is that seller still present? Have we eaten up those cells? Are we creating higher lows from that area? Right? Like that. Those are just like the constantly coming in through my mind. Because my only job is to find those areas of value, and then just participate with them. Yeah, I mean, we have our halfway back zones above, right? So we have a known area where we need to breach and then be able to hold, right? So we have pennants setting up, but are we going to be able to break these lower highs, or are we going to be able to break over and do a retest here to create a higher low for continuation up? So instead of trying to buy here with the expectation that we're going to pop, we can wait for the retest for continuation because we know that there is a seller sitting here. Until proven otherwise, that seller is here, right? So buying this high is just setting yourself up for failure, waiting for it to push over and then hold it and we see strong wick lows or volume step in, then we know that we can participate for a continuation. I either want to be buying the absolute low of the area or I want to be buying the break of balance and the push. And the longer that we struggle here, the less sure I am in this move. And I have to wait for a bigger volume to step in to give me confidence in it, right? Because like we are at a known supply, and if buyers aren't stepping up the gas here, and we're just kind of like very sluggish, someone can step in and be like, you know what, I'm sick of this, I'm selling, right, and push down, and then we are now caught in this position at these highs, and we're screwed, right? So we have to wait for that verification, or we can get trapped.
It's a new 15 here.
I mean, take off all indicators, all drawings. There we go. Let's go do a 1 minute chart and just watch this. Okay, well, every single drawing I've done today is back on this chart. Delete all this shit. And let's just look at the price action from a clean chart. What do we see that's happening? We see a strong move down, a retest of that area, strong move down, a retest of that area with a weak bid, right? And we have these vomit candles that are holding us here, right? So we have one here, the opacity so you can see, one here, and we have one here. We have two known sellers, right? And then we have a weak bid that pushes price up, back up into the seller, and then the seller pushes us right back down. So until these invalidate, you're buying into this seller. So we're expecting another like down here, and you can have it's the same pattern repeating. So until this holds as support and we've eaten up this seller, your best crystal reward is to buy the next low for this slow climb back up. It's the same pattern, same pattern. Do I need to put stick figures in? Yeah.
It's the only way.
The only way you can learn with caveman drawings.
It seemed to work.
Yeah. But like it's just like this is very passive buying and it's a bear flag, right? You have a very passive buying until we see the seller gone and eaten up. Like there's nothing there. It's so weird that I just switched tabs in my drawings that I deleted her back. I don't get it.
That is actually very weird.
Oops.
So let your volume breakout, Tatum. That is it.
And we see that NQ is still leading, right? That was the signal that we're looking at for the little bit of divergence. We're getting our push over. So now we're just going to see if support can build where the seller was previously, right? As soon as we start to see that, we can have a understanding that this is probably going to be something that holds and we can go for a push up. So this is our first look above, right? Back to this previous seller. This is now a full imbalance fill. So we're looking for this area to now become support and we want to see continuation. You can see it on our volume. We want to see this build. We want this seller to be gone, and then we can then move. I just have music today is just like rhythmic guitar instrumentals. I don't know how late you said that, Surf. Do you like this song specifically?
Here's your retest.
This is Sincato. Sincato. Yes, yep. And so as soon as we were able to clear 4039, do you see how we've developed this invalidation level here? Or confirmation, depending on how you're looking at it. This little blue line here comes up when we breach our orange cloud, because we have a downtrend currently. So until we can breach this 4039, and we can hold that as support, you don't
So in
have
geopolitics,
confirmation.
some comments from the White House who say that every step China takes towards Russia makes it harder with Europe and others.
Mario wearing pants at home is like the easiest bet I've ever.
Yeah.
Easy money.
It's true, Surf, I do.
Google's getting a nice little move here from the ADR hold. Apple held its halfway back. Just looking for Tesla to participate. So as soon as it breaks back over its 15-minute halfway back, I think we are probably good to go. This is a hold of, this is that flag that we've been looking for. Just waiting for volume to step in to really get us out of here. Appreciate you, Sven. What's a halfway back? That's a question.
It's the question of an eager mind.
Halfway back is just a measured move. So we look at our 15-minute candles, and we're just looking for what we can call is like the golden zone, which is just the 618 to 0.5 area of that candle. We want to see that hold as support on a retracement in trend. So we're looking for, if price, after a large impulsive candle or an impulsive move, we expect price to balance and kind of retrace into this area for continuation back up. So we just are taking measured moves and just looking for a move back up. There's a lot of material that we've done on that. And this white box is taking a measure move of the 15-minute candle previous 15-minute and just putting it on our chart so we can visualize that. So if we're able to hold the halfway of the previous candle as support, then we are creating a higher low from the previous candle. So it's giving you a good sign of a bullish bias, right? Because if we're able to hold the halfway of the previous candle, we know that buyers are participating at a higher price level. If we're unable to hold the halfway back, then you know that we're having sellers in control, right? So it's just an easy way to see if buyers or sellers are in control and finding value in the previous candle of where, if they are going to participate, where the most likely area is to keep price pushing up, right? So you can think of each candle as an opening range, where if we're oscillating in the lower half of the previous candle or the range, then we have bears in control or sellers in control. The higher area, then we have buyers in control. I'll be right back.
Something that might help you as well to visualize it is think about it as the same way as like a normal distribution, right? It's just a mean reversion to that halfway point, which would be the middle of a node, right? The middle of a normal distribution. It's the last 3 minute till new 15s. In TOS, the in Tradeovate, the best introduction to tape reading series would be Fat Cats, in my opinion. Yes. I got. Do you just never listen, Chrome? Actually, I know the answer to that question. Are you talking about the roller skating one, Adam? Yeah, dude, it's amazing. It's quite possibly the best trading content I've ever seen. It's amazing. It's so good. Here. This video is primo for an introduction. It'll go over things that you're very familiar with, but
The reason why I'm like really trying to break down this area is because I don't want you guys to get caught in. I want to try to break as many of the usual areas where you're like, I got a FOMO here, out of your mind. I want to just like show you from a critical thinking perspective of like what we're looking for. So going back to this again, it's like we know where the known selling areas are. We wick back into this. The seller is still present here. So until we can hold this, there's literally nothing here, right? We're just looking for like your buying opportunities are either the bottom of the range or here, right? A higher low from an anchored VWAP from the bottom, the buyer defending their position, or we wait until this 4039 confirms as support for the breakout continuation. Everything else is just, you don't touch it. There's nothing there. This seller is now gone, right? Now it's just chop and we're just waiting. Because either this breaks down and goes to our buy level into this 4032, 4033 area, or we're waiting for this break and hold of what was resistance to become support for a continuation up.
your new 15s here.
Don't get chopped up in areas like that. And if you're going to buy an anchored VWAP from the most recent low, it is included in Patty, right? So it's like, this is the area where we're looking for defending. If it doesn't hold, then we look for the bottom again. So areas like this, what's your risk to reward if you're trying to buy an anchored VWAP off of a higher low from a base? It's like, you got to keep it tight because it's either here, it holds, or we come back down to these equal lows where we've been seeing that participation. So if you're going to risk it, you want to be sized very small because you're diddling in the middle at a higher low. Does that make sense? It's like it's better to just wait for these known levels instead of just trying to play the middle of a range. All right, I'll be looking to see if we get any aggressive buys down into these this new low.
Think about what happened in that wick between buyers and sellers there as well. If sellers look for that liquidity, get it, push back off. Now all of those sellers are off sides. So they have to make a decision now.
Apple retesting our highs here, 150.3. It's our high wick retest. No strength in Microsoft yet. Dixie still falling. These areas are just amazing for trapping both sides, where shorts think we're going to fall dramatically, and buyers think we're going to break out dramatically in these flags, and you just have so many people caught in the middle here that just are going to be break even or down almost immediately in this range. So it's like just waiting for two areas. It's you don't need to be emotional in the range, you know. It can be, Adam, yeah. Um, but like understanding your stop was the buy, right? It's like test a fresh liquidity, push down, immediately stop out everyone who's buying here, and then push back up, right? So like buying these lows makes sense if we see strong participation back out, but you need to then have, a tight stop at your break even, or understanding that you're taking profit into our known resistance, which is like 40.36. So again, it's like you're either buying the absolute lows or you're buying the retest of the highs. But you have to be very quick. Like I'm not going to call out a buy into our 34.35. You either are there and you're watching it and you're going to be able to participate and manage that trade, or we wait for more confirmed levels. I can't manage this trade for you in this area. But like again, we're still seeing this divergence between ES and NQ, where we're creating these higher lows on NQ. I mean, it looks fine. Like Apple is leading here. Google is doing what it needs to. It's holding ADR. We're holding our halfway back on Tesla. Like things don't look bad.
Watch Dixie into the lows. That's my
Yeah.
main watch here. Top of range.
Volume stepping in there. See if they get shots back down. You wanted to see a building of this area, right? This is that 40.39 that we were looking for. Is the seller still present here? Can we eat them up? Can we build here for continuation? And the reason why I repeat stuff so much, Adam, is exactly because of that, right? It's going to take a while for you to visually see it yourself and like start to really understand the patterns, right? That's all it is.
We can get some strength here.
Yeah.
Kind of a nice low volume node. I'm watching 44 and then legit like 48. When I say 44, I do kind of mean 45, but it's one of those like look before the psych level.
So like handling this range like we just did allows us to not get caught in the chop and either get in at the lows or get in at the retests, what we were looking for, which was 4039, right? With zero drawdown then. And then it's just up to you to use your brain, critically think of like, okay, seller's now gone. This is our retest here. We're seeing strength from buyers. We can now push, right? And that gives you a nice little trade without getting caught in the chop.
I trimmed there into 42
Same.
half.
Over 4043, I'm looking for 40, 45, 50, and then 40, 48.
I have cells sitting 47 quarter. Front run that 48 a little bit if we get there.
Even with me not saying I am buying here, even though I basically did, like, did you guys follow that through? Do you understand the setup of waiting for that 4039 to become support? Does it make sense now, like, looking back on it? I need to. Yeah, makes sense. Just playing structure. Yes, yes. Okay, cool. I'm trying to like guide you to make good decisions, right? Like I don't want to. That's my goal here. Why we're focusing on this stuff so much is just like let's stop getting caught in the middle. This is DXY ADR retest of our lows. So again, we're just expecting some like choppy flag action, and then we'll get a directional move. I'm going to delete some of our lines because it's getting a little messy.
I'm gonna start trailing lows here. Sellers come in, it might be kind of a gross stop out, but don't want to get stuck in a liquidity cascade.
Yep. I'm going to switch over to the 15 just so we can see what this looked like. We now have a new buy side imbalance below, right? So from here to here. Make this yellow. So on a retest, we're looking for this yellow box to hold, or we get a full retrace of that imbalance and retest of 4039. Right, so it's like either our FEG high holds, right? This holds and we get our bounce here, or we look for price to find a bid in the mid, or we look for the bottom, right? Those are your three FEG type plays when we have a flag formation with an imbalance below. Where are we going to get our liquidity retest? I'm eyeing this personally. So we have an imbalance that was created from that big push up, right? So we're either looking for a buyer to step in at our mid of our imbalance or back down at our 4039, 4038 area, right? This is our halfway back of our previous 15-minute candle. So if buying aggression is strong, we expect 4040 to hold and we expect buyers to step in. And this is just that flagging into our known seller that's here into 4043. And we want buying participants to push us back up in this this yellow box here. If buyers are not strong here, we expect a full retrace of the imbalance and to retest the original breakout, right? Where this seller was previously. That's this area, right? So this would be a full retest of this previous seller and buyers would then push. What we're expecting is that this yellow box holds because it was an aggressive move out. So I like the midpoint of the imbalance as a push, which is what we're kind of seeing now. We just need to see if we get continuation. Right, because like remember, it's like if we're able to hold the halfway backs of our previous areas, or even our FEGs, our imbalances, our candles, what is it telling us if we're able to hold the upper half of that structure? Bulls are in control, right? Bulls want price; they're willing to buy at a higher price level than previously before, and if they're willing to participate there, they're expecting a larger move up. Apple still leading up. Everything else is pretty much still in their like flags on underlings. XLE, Microsoft, Tesla. Apple's the only one that's made a new high, but I don't think anything looks bad. I think it's like just a little bit more choppiness, and then there's the everything looks like it wants continuation. So this might be kind of hard to see, but I just did a fixed volume profile just of the impulse up. You can see that most of the volume is being established in this upper range that we're making, right? So what if we lose this POC in this node that we're creating up here? Well, value is down at our halfway back area. Do you see that? So like just thinking about this, we have this range that's being established. If we lose this range, we're targeting firstly this node, and then bottom of where value is, which is here, right? So if we lose this range, we look for a move down here, chop, and then a push, and then continuation. But you play the range that's given in the node that we're building until then, right? Because we have a low volume area here, a low volume area here. So your node is this, your node is here. As long as this just keeps, every dip keeps getting bought up, I think that we see 4080 today, with 4060 being our like first real test. If we go back to our chart, here, let me just post, copy, get this in here. Go back up to our time-based profile chart, and what we're looking at. We're basically just in this void right now, right? This low volume area. I'm looking at 4080 being our peak in this distribution, 4050, 4060 being kind of like the edge where price was building here, where we spent the most time. So these are like my two targets above, is this 4060 area and then this 4080 area. And this is just filling out this low volume, or this this area. It's the same thing that we did yesterday. It's just chop up in this area until further notice. Break, we look for 4060, 4080. So like 4048 is kind of the edge of that that area that we were just looking at. Bring that up again. That is the edge of the distribution. So that's kind of why I'm targeting that area. I've got that area highlighted right now, just because this is just kind of the edge of this right into here. So I expect choppiness into this, breach of that, then we can push further for that. We lost on that, or does it make sense?
Hopefully, after yesterday's end of market review, everyone went and set up their composites finally. Makes things very clear. Good acidic. It's one of those things where people ask us, like, how do you come up with these levels? And it's like, all the stuff that we post is how we come up with the levels, believe it or not. How? What do you mean? Just get your, 2-month, 4-month profile, mark the nodes, mark the edges. The end. What's up, Prosper? How are you? Yes.
NYMEX diesel April futures settle at $2.91 a gallon, and the WTI crude April futures settle at $79.68 a barrel. That's up $1.52 or 1.94%. And the gasoline April futures settle at $2.75 a gallon.
It's also the only profile that allows you in TradingView to have like a look back, not a set start date.
And the
Realize-
NYMEX natural
Ooh.
gas April futures settle at $3.
We have a slight divergence here with tick with the inability to create higher lows. We're seeing lower highs and kind of an equal low on tick with price pushing into target. Really just looking for a reaction into our 0 or a pushback over our 500. Right? Like there's really only two areas that I'm interested in. It's like this or a push over these highs into our target, because this just looks to me that we get to target and then we kind of retrace as of right now with how tick is moving. Oops.
So, Adam, the look back starts on today and looks back your selected time frame. A normal one will chunk up the year into segments. And that will be a start date. Correct. So like if you select a 1 month profile right now, it'll be 3 days of information. But if you have a 1 month look back, it'll be back through February 3rd.
You can do a very similar thing if you want to just like, oh
Use
god,
the pull tool. Sorry.
why does it do this? Every drawing that I've done today. Uh, Go to like a 30-minute. Like this. You can take the fixed range tool, the fixed volume profile tool, and you can do like the overall impulse. You can then do no, 2, 3. You can see that same node that we've been talking about, which is this fill here.
Is there a halfway back test there?
This is that with the divergence that we're looking at, this was the expected pullback, right? This is our 0 test where I'm interested to see how our reaction is. So into our 0, understand that we've been oscillating that the entirety of the day. It's our halfway back plus our 0. It gives you a nice little buying opportunity for a pushback up at your most recent low. Because we're expecting buyers in the same oscillation that we've been doing all day to be interacting in this area interacting into our known pivot, right? We don't need to see follow through, but it's expected to see some buying come in. So it gives you a nice little place to develop a average at the most recent low, quote unquote, and then it gives you zero drawdown for continuation.
So I closed them yesterday for like 75, I think, or 80. Yeah. That was a good play to show how like with spreads you can really play like the small directional moves. You need to be top level for it. And margin account, obviously. As long as you like are managing the position, it's not a huge deal. Indeed.
So the two areas I'm interested in right now are either a test of our like 40-40-40-50 area, this yellow box, or a retest of this 40-43 and with a tight stop. Because I know either we're holding here at 40-43 or we're coming down to this 40-40 on this imbalance. Like those are the two options. So if you're trying to go for this low here, you need to keep a tight stop, because if this does not hold, I expect price to come down to this and retrace this. So like if you attempt these the bottoms of ranges, I recommend, and this is what I do. I mean, it's just go in with a singular contract, see if it holds, so that you don't have a lot of risk on. And if we get higher lows developed from this low, we then can add on to that position, especially once it confirms over this 40, 45, 50, right? Because right now, all we have is a retrace and a rejection of that halfway 618 area, which makes sense. So we're trying to capture the lows, but also add on to a position once it's confirmed to break the downtrend. So you add in on here, and then, you take an initial entry into the lows of the range, and once it confirms, you can add on to your average, giving you a much better entry than if you had just bought here. That's kind of the mindset. And if we break below this, it invalidates, and we expect price to come up or come down to here and get bought. I'm just trying to go through like my mentality of like areas. The things that I look at for like, okay, we're having a downtrend on tick here. We're not seeing any strength, but we're seeing zero hold. So we're seeing a weakening bid, but it's coming into a known level. So either zero holds and we chop around in this area and buyers step up, or we're going to see a lower low on tick, and we're going to be looking for this 40-40 area. It's like either this holds all day, or we see that lower unbalanced play. Yeah, flex for sure. Just at I'm just trying to keep hammering this in. Like, we have a seller in control in this range right now, but your best opportunity is 40-43. If 40-43 fails, then we look for 40-40, right? And you can see, like, we know what the oscillation is for the day. This 0 is our buying op because we are in trend. This is the bottom of the range. You get your bounce, and it pushes right back into our resistance level from that halfway back. So until this holds as support, we know that this is where we trim contracts or move stops up a bit because we expect this to be the range that we're currently trading in. And then once this is able to hold, we can then add on to our average once this becomes support for a push up. Most of my trades are just are this, right? It's just trying to find the reversal areas of where buyers are going to find value at a higher low, and then limiting my risk as much as possible and limiting my exposure in the market as much as possible to draw down. Oh god, this cat's gonna break something.
Gonna eat through your like PSU.
Come on, get them.
GG's.
Get them. We see as soon as we're able to hold that 0.5618 area, we're able to find a bid for a push, giving you 2 opportunities to average into a position.
So seeing Brent crude futures settle at $85.83 a barrel. It's up $1.08 or 1.27% on the session.
We look to see if it can hold now and if we can get the breakout. PT is always going to be your most recent high, where we sold off previously. We see if that seller is still present. We look to see if this higher low support can build, and then we look for continuation. Opportunities were given into this 4034, 4043, sorry, and into this hold of this 4045.
Did anyone buy the 35, like 35 half?
So 10 minutes away now, I expect to hear comments from Fed FOMO, who chairs a panel on the decision issue for central bank facility during an event on market dysfunction hosted by the Chicago University Booth School of Business. Text is expected, as well as a Q&A from the moderator.
When averaging in on a position, what's your buffer when 2 positions are added up, average out to almost ask price? Too close for comfort? If
So there is no
I'm
media coverage or live video to this, as it's an in-person meeting only.
my mentality is it depends on what my original average was. If I'm taking these 2 positions, if I added at 4043 and 4045, if I think we're getting the breakout, if my average is in between these 2, my stop will still be 4043 because there's nothing has changed in the plan. Right? Like it's either this breaks and then I get out for a small paper cut, or I'm selling into our first target, which is the high, right? But if I sell that, then it's first in, first out, right? So then my new average is 4045. So if I'm selling my original entry, then I'm selling into target, and then I'm waiting at either sell my second contract for break even if this doesn't hold, right, at our 4045, and then I wait for 4043 to come again, or I'm setting both contracts to my original stop if I think that this is a larger move, right? Those are like the 2 mentalities. Either you're going out for small gains but no losses, no loss potential, where you're getting out break even on your second contract, or you're willing to take a small paper cut and wait for the overall plan to play and this zone to build. You get me? right? It's really like what's happening on the day. Is there anything letting us know that buyers aren't in control and that every dip has been bought up, right? Is there anything that's telling us that 0 on tick isn't our bottom? Nothing so far, right? So we stick with our original exit because nothing has invalidated the uptrend in our, our bullish bias. Like if you follow that risk model that I just talked about, like the worst that happens is that you make 4 points if you average in that area, right? The worst that happens if we don't break out. And then if like you've averaged into 2 positions, then you make 4 points on your first contract, and then you are break even on your second. So it's like 4 points and then a break even, and you've played a range that shouldn't be, like quote unquote playable, and you played it well. And then you just wait for 40-40 or 40-43 again, right? Like there's nothing else to it. You just have to understand like where sellers are, where's the best buying opportunity, and keep reminding yourself of that and what you're looking for a breakout. Like we're looking for 40-45 to hold and 0 to hold here. If that doesn't happen, then we look for a larger pullback. Because every single
So 5
time we
minutes away
come
now
into
to
0,
expected
it has
comments from
been our
Fed's
pivot
Bowman, who chairs a
on tick.
panel on design issues for central bank facilities during an event on market dysfunction hosted by the Chicago University Booth School of Business. Text is expected as well as a Q&A from the moderator. However, no live coverage as this is an in-person event.
So like ask yourself, if 0 doesn't hold here, what does that mean? If we were unable to breach the previous high into 40-47, what does that mean? We have buyers failing to break out and a strong seller there. And so we're going to see a more extended downtrend. And that'll get us to our original buy-in target, which is that 40-40. Right? It's like if we don't hold here, we know where we're going. Yeah, that's basically what we're talking about, Julian. It's like if you look at on the 30, we've got an imbalance below. So best opportunity is to take that imbalance that we've created here. And it's like if we get a stronger pullback, we're looking for like the mid of this as our deeper pullback buy. If that doesn't hold, because this is just a 3-bar setup, right? Where we're holding an inside candle from our major mother bar. It's like either a pullback happens here or we're able to break out. Those are like my two thoughts. So it's like we hold or we push. Come back down, retrace, try to find buyers at what was resistance.
I want to see Microsoft kind of bid out the bottom of this range here. Everything else holding. Microsoft went engulfing. Dixie is off a cliff all of a sudden. Do have some support, like 104.5 basically flat.
Do we see that if we have confidence in the trend, like 0 is our pivot, and until that changes, we're creating these higher lows, buyers are stepping in, the market is in a bullish trend.
So shortly expecting the text release for Fed's Bowman. So Fed's Bowman does not comment on her outlook for the US economy or monetary policy in prepared remarks, but she does say these lending programs also limit the Fed's overall footprint in financial markets in the long term. The temporary nature adds to attractiveness of these tools. She says the pandemic showed effectiveness of lending programs as backstops to support market functioning in times of stress, and says related issue is how to minimize the Fed's footprint and the amount of asset purchases it needed to restore market functioning. And Feds Bowman says the key issue for central banks is how to clearly distinguish asset purchases from monetary policy actions.
I exited the runner VWAP. I exited into what was my exit? You go to orders real quick. I exited at 40.38 on that. And then I just been scalping with you guys because it's really hard to give levels and then not like take the plays, right? So
Yeah.
I exited and I'm just now scalping with you guys.
Dixie almost at 104.5 here.
That's the trade VWAP. Says from this is the hourly, so just sold into this because it was our known resistance, and then I've been scalping since on NQ. I'll be your Sorry, I had to let my dog out of this room. She keeps trapping herself.
We're almost testing into this upper node. This is the Dixie kind of down into where we would want to see some buyers, or not want to, but could see some buyers. Be better words to see.
I appreciate it, Camille. Camille. I never know how to say your name.
What do you mean that your volume profile?
Camille. Camille. Okay, so I'm saying it right. Good.
Testing into that node now. 4850. Next main targets.
Yeah, I agree with you, Julian. A lot of trapped people here. XLE looks really good for the continuation as well. $30.20. Yeah, I like that 30.20, 30.30. Makes sense. But do we see how if we're utilizing our tick to give us an understanding of what the bias is, that we can stay in these two entries because zero's holding. Nothing's changed, right? We have an uptrend. We have bullish continuation. So we were able to capture the two best spots to average into our position for continuation for a push up. Understanding that the rest of the market is in agreement. I just really want to cement these like basic concepts in where we can use our brains, critically think, is the market still trending? Do we still have buying on all of our underlyings? Do we have a bullish or bearish bias? Has anything changed? Until those things change, then we can keep doing what we're doing.
Never short trend prosper. To do like outweigh the risk and reward. Like if we're trending up, is it better to take a small short into a support or buy that support if all day we're setting higher highs? You know what I mean? Same idea in a downtrend. Like you can, it's not against the rules or bad per se to play a counter trend move. And I don't want to make it seem like that, but you're when you look at risk to reward, right? It's far better to wait and buy that support than short into it.
The only time I short is either in like bearish trend or at major pivots. I'll start to build a position. But when I'm talking about our zero tick here, I'm waiting. I'm using our zero to gauge current sentiment, right? I'm using tick to gauge current sentiment, and I'm looking for buyers to step in at these zero levels. But if we break zero, that's not a short for me. That's us coming back down to our negative 500, negative 1000 area for a more a bigger, a more major pullback, right? And that would give us our 40-40. I'm still just looking at bullish continuation, but just a more major level of pullback, right? Because right now we have very minor levels where every little sell has been bought immediately. And that's what this is showing us. On all our underlyings as well, we're seeing bullish continuation. So until we get to a major pivot on the higher time frames, I'm not shorting. They're just areas where I'm looking to see if we have strength or if we're going to be seeing a more major pullback where I'm going to then buy, right? Because as soon as we lose zero and we come into this like negative 500, we have a potential trend change. But what I'm going to be looking for is the recovery of zero and then continuation. And that'll be, if we come into these levels here, I'm looking for this area as our buy for a reversal. Or it's you're going to be in a lot of pain trying to short bullish trend, especially when the entire market is following through. Remember, like this bottom indicator is showing us our tick off of RTY, NQ, and ES. So it's showing us that we have strength. Everything is in an uptick.
I'm very confused why that's not working for you, Camille.
Yeah, so for me, Prosper, the mentality I have is that I would rather play one direction and be patient. So more major pullbacks for me. I'm not taking shorts if I'm in longs. I'm using that time to pinpoint where price will reverse, and then I have, instead of like trying to get chopped up, taking it long and then a short, a long and a short, I'm playing one side because that gives me the ability to wait, be patient, and look at the chart, and then look for the best opportunity available. If I'm trying to play both sides of the range and not just use that as a price target, I find that I get a little too chopped up. It's a little too much going on. But if I limit myself to one side, that gives me just enough time to evaluate from a clear head.
I want to add on a little bit to that, Prosper. It really also depends on day type. Like if you're in a consolidation day and you have a clear defined daily range and you miss a low, you can then look for that high, right? Like on a pure D profile. But if we're trending, the risk to reward just doesn't compute for it to be worth it. Anyone take the bottom of node test there? 48, 49. That's
Retest
answering
of our range
questions.
break.
Didn't really call it, but if you're
Yeah.
looking at your node, it was like perfect and previous structure, obviously, like Sig said. Testing middle now.
The EIA says crude oil blending and underreported oil output reasons for high adjustment figures in weekly oil inventory data. And EIA says it will make changes to surveys to get more accurate crude output data and to accounting methods for crude oil blending.
Why did I just pin that? How did I do that? Unpin. There we go.
I mean, I really only trade like the last like 3-4 hours of the day, Prosper. But you can, I mean, even at your point, you come in, you get the last like hour and a half, hour, 2 hours, and you need to look at the market, look at what Vold is doing. Is Vold way up? Is Vold way down? Like, go look at the 15-minute chart. Are we setting higher highs the entire day? Well, then we're trending. Or are we setting lower lows the entire day? Well, then we're trending. Right? You can still do the same level of analysis.
So same situation as before. We have a puke candle down. We now have a sell side imbalance above. We're looking to see the reaction into this halfway back from this impulse, right? From the puke down, from the high to the most recent low. And we're looking for price to be able to build here. The inability to build gives us another leg down. So we look to see what happens into our 40-48 again. We're noticing that tick is making lower highs every time, and we don't have a higher low yet confirmed on tick, right? So we're in a downtrend with no real strength in the overall market. And we're waiting to see if a divergence will set up here where we see a higher low, or we wait for our extremes. That's it. There's nothing more to it. Because what is a higher low on tick going to represent? A waning in selling pressure. And we're then looking for a pushback over zero, a base to form, and that'll give us an indication that the market is back to buying, right? Just because we have a waning in selling pressure does not mean that we have aggressive buying pushing price back up. So that's why we look for a divergence to set up into a known pivot for continuation. So back into our 40-48, test over our zero and tick. We're waiting to see if this is able to build, and we're able to then see higher lows start to form on tick. What do we see happening with this sell-off in volume? We see a ramping down of volume. So if this is going to be a wedge into a known pivot, we're going to be waiting to see how tick reacts into our zero and a volume breakout here to confirm the move. So far, we just have waning selling pressure, but no real aggressive buying to give us a direction for a confirmation of a break.
Main watches here, guys, is that Dixie into the 104.5 flat and Microsoft potential 3-bar down.
Yeah, I still think best opportunity is just going to be waiting for Microsoft to either come down to like ADR VWAP at 254.18, or like it recovers and it's just an inside bar on this 15. It's like those are your two options. Either we recover POC or it comes down to ADR VWAP and we look for another entry. What do we see on our hourly and our 30-minute? We're still holding the previous bodies, the previous ranges that our last periods traded in, right? But we do see selling pressure here. So we're looking for this 40-46-50 area to hold. We're looking for 40-45 to 40-60 to hold. This retrace is just a retest of this as of right now. We haven't gotten a bigger pullback. It's just price coming back down to where we know that there's buyers that have defended this area. That's like how I'm looking at it. And so until we see that this range can't hold, we have two opportunities. As soon as this range can't hold, we look for a retest into the imbalance that's here, this wick low, or we look for the mid, which would be like 40-41, 40-40, which is that original buy that we were looking for. So my two pullback levels would be 40-43, 25-50 area, retest of that low. Failure there, we look for that 40-40 area. If we look on SPY, what's happening? Well, we bounced on the imbalance that was here from these lows, wicked it into our 0.5, and immediately shot back up. We're now retesting this gap down, right? We're right back up to where we sold off last time. So we expect selling here, but we want chop and a flag to build for a break and then an ability to fill this gap. This is just the previous range where price built up last time and we saw a seller sit and get filled. This 404, 36, 44, right? This area. Do we see the imbalance that's right here? So if price does do a further pullback, we look for buying on this candle right into this. Zero retest and tick. Ooh, he hit you with the cares asked.
He can't even eat it as gluten in it. That's why.
So this is the start. We're seeing the higher lows develop. Let's see if 0 can hold in base. We're looking for a volume break for confirmation. I want to see if price recover the 49.50 for a pushback up. Failure to do that, then we look for 40.42. If it's not clear, I'm just waiting. There's no trade here for me yet. I like the divergence between ES and Q, where we have more strength in NQ here. Do you guys see that? We've created a higher low on tech. So a breach back over this 40.48, 40.49 area and a base forming here would be a really great sign on ES. Still watching for our 0 to become support on tick, right? Still waiting to see this volume ramp down, break, and buyers to step in. But we do see slight divergences between NQ and ES. I'm going to be watching for a rebid of 40.48 once we get over, and I want to see strength come in here to create a higher low.
Still just watching this Dixie pivot. Oh boy. Oh boy.
So the early market on close imbalance currently sitting at 78 million to the buy side.
Really watching this higher low develop. Seeing how our reaction into zero tick here is. No trigger yet. I like this potential zero hold with the higher low. Fingers just like waiting right on the dome. All right.
Just
I'm
need
willing
one
to
giga
try.
Chad here to just
Yeah.
sweep it.
I'm willing to try here. We'll see if they reject hard or if this will just be our base building. I liked that zero hold, higher low build. See if we can eat up that seller that's here. I like the recovery of the node on NQ. Real
Need
test
to
is
sell here.
yeah.
Microsoft bid is good though. That one candle 4060. Just like whoop.
I want to see some like velocity soon, or I'm gonna just exit. The classic EPAM chart.
What is the bottom of the range, Adam? You don't want your stop to be where the buyers are. Because we remember, like, what type of orders create the bottom of a range? Well, yeah, but so that play you needed to see it to go right away, right? Yeah, so if your stop is sitting in the limits, you just are the exit liquidity. Correct.
What's weighing us down here? Maybe energy. I think Microsoft, Google look fine still. DXY looks fine. Tesla's really the only thing that's like really weak. Tesla and energy.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the 3-bar reversal on Google. I like that Microsoft's testing this upper resistance. So it seems like just chop until Tesla gets to VWAP at like 197.58 or recovers ADR. Or we just need Google, Microsoft to have more strength, right? With like our Apple holding our halfway back. I don't mind buying here. But it's like I'm watching our underlyings to determine if that invalidates. But I like the 3-bar on Google for the 15-minute reversal, testing our upper candle body here, and just watching to see if Tesla stops selling. Right, and again, like 197.58 is going to be like where I'll be watching for that bounce. And until Tesla comes to a pivot, I don't really expect this to break out, right? Because we have major underlyings melting down with Microsoft, Google pushing up, so it's kind of just equals out. But I do see that as soon as we do get to that pivot, that'll be an opportunity for us to attempt to break out.
Early market on close imbalance, 78 million to the buy side.
Holy boring. Tesla's almost down to our pivot. Microsoft, Google, Apple doing what they need to still. Just waiting for the pivot test. Two minutes until the next 15. Google's holding where it needs to. Previous body candle. Microsoft testing our highs here. Apple held our halfway back. Tesla finding some buyers. Just need confirmation.
So looking again to the early market on closed imbalance, still sitting at 78 million to the buy side.
New 15's opened.
Last 15s.
This is Tesla VWAP. So if buyers are going to step in, I would expect it to be here. And if it does happen, that would be my expected breakout. Will they give us the move before close? Tesla just selling. Google, Microsoft still holding where I want them to. Don't see a rally happening unless Tesla catches a bottom. The hell is that?
Something beeping at you.
So the market on close imbalance currently sitting at 977 million to the sell side, just waiting for those final orders. The market on close imbalance settling at 961 million to the sell side. So that's the market on close imbalance for the NYSE for the final time this week, 961 million to sell.
Eight minutes.
Oh, this is so scuffed. Move.
Yeah, I've like shut everything down already. It could go now.
It's a really weak market rebalance end of day. There's your Tesla bid coming in, breaking back over VWAP, Google push. Just waiting on Microsoft now. Okay, taking off half here. Sorry that took a little bit longer than I thought it would, but nothing invalidated. Moving up stops on my last contract as we push into this previous resistance. I'm going to review this last trade end of day just so you guys can see what I was talking about, because I was a little bit more focused, so I haven't been doing much, but like show you what I mean by watching Google and Microsoft and then looking at our Tesla pivot with our divergence. Apple pushing, Microsoft finally getting our break. Just waiting on Google now.
1 minute.
Come on.
Ding, ding, ding. We didn't even get the bell sound in here today. What's up with that?
All right, my last contract just stopped. This was kind of a scuff trade, to be honest. I mean, I got out for like $400, but it's still scuffed. So, original plan here was that we had a divergence setting up with this channel down into our pivot, and I was looking for this divergence to keep making these higher lows, with NQ having a completely different, right? Like NQ and tick were kind of following the same plan. So I was watching these Apple. Open this in browser. There we go. This was what I was watching. I was seeing that we had a reversal setting up on Google here, and I saw that Microsoft was holding this range, and we were pushing into this upper 255.13. And I saw that Apple had this really nice support being built off of these wicks. So I was expecting buying to be happening into this range here. And I was watching Tesla melt down, right? So we have a known pivot below, and I was expecting this VWAP to hold, but we came down a little bit further and then recovered into rebalance. That was kind of the bad first entry, was me hoping for this, with our Google and Microsoft and Apple all holding where they needed to. The things that were holding us down, in my opinion, were energy and Tesla here. So just waiting for buyers to step in here gives us our low for then our continuation up. But because Google was holding VWAP and our ADR, and Microsoft was holding the range it needed to, and I was seeing buyers, I didn't leave this position because nothing invalidated. The play is, if Tesla and XLE find a bottom, I know that we're going to get a break. It doesn't have to be a big break, but it should alleviate the selling pressure in the market and make us go up. That's the whole point. That was the whole trade, with tick divergence into a pivot. So I'm okay holding a little bit, right? Because nothing is invalidated on my underlyings to tell me that the trade is wrong, just that it's taking a little bit more time. So when you're in those kind of situations, for me, it's like, do I get held up? Do I sell into this chop just because I'm not getting the move I want immediately? Or am I watching the underlyings to confirm an invalidation? And for me, I'm more than happy to wait as long as my underlyings are keeping up with that. Hopefully that makes sense. So like it didn't get the biggest move that I wanted, but I took a my orders are at 40, 47, 75 and at 45.50 are my two averages. And I was just waiting, and if this held up before close, I would have averaged again at 40.75.50 for that continuation up. We didn't get it, but I was able to get out when we pushed back up into this 40.48. I de-risked my first contract, allowing me to have an average at 45.45, right? For then to be able to sell into our high. So I took one contract off from my shitty first average into a basically break even. I made $50 on it, and then allowed for my runner from the lows to then push up for the continuation in the play. Wasn't the greatest. It was a little scuffed because of how long it took, but that's me managing my position. How would you have played this with options? I wouldn't have played it with options in the end of the day. It's really hard with theta. You have to basically be playing at the money, or be only taking from the extreme lows or highs. I mean, that's really all that there is to that. But as long as like our 40-43 and this bottom range is maintaining, I'm willing to risk a little drawdown here, because the risk to reward for me is to the upside, because our underlyings are showing that there's continuation potential, right? Like I'm waiting for buyers again. Like if I go back to this chart, I know that there are buyers at these lows on Apple. I know that Microsoft is showing a support at this low. I'm seeing that Google is doing a reversal. My second ad was on the hold of this body from this 15-minute candle. That was when I was like, okay, as long as we're able to hold this body, I'm willing to add to this position, and if it invalidates, I know where to cut off, and I'll take a $300 loss. It's okay. I'm willing to wait, and then we would go for the 40-40. It's kind of a scuffed setup, but it's the end of day ramp that I'm looking for with divergence. just to go over that trade, because I know it was it took a little bit longer than expected, but this is what we were expecting to happen. I wasn't sure if it was going to happen before or after market close. But yeah, just to give some clarity on that one. Like if I see strength in NQ that ES doesn't have, I'm seeing that tech is finding a bottom, right? Yeah, and that's totally fine, Acidic. I think that's totally fine. And if you're going to get out in this chop, you understand your risk, right? You're willing to get out. But I think 40-43, 40-42 is a worthwhile because this is our previous range that we're holding. So as long as I know that, it's like either we're holding the top of the previous range or we're going to the bottom of the previous range and testing that. So like as long as this doesn't invalidate, I'm willing to play it. Yeah, I mean that's literally it, Adam. I mean to me it made sense. It was worth the risk, because I mean we weren't down 5 points, right? Like we nothing was. I took like 2.5 points of drawdown on my average, and we never invalidated with divergence setting up that entire time. So expecting a ramp up and rebalancing end of day just kind of made sense to me. These end of day trades can be very risky if you try to do it with large capital. I was in with one contract from my first average, and I didn't add on until I saw what I wanted to see on underlyings. I won't add on to a position that's losing unless I see what I want to see from the underlyings, like stuff. I mean, I don't know. If you average in here expecting a breakout and then you're just hoping for price to come back, you're putting on a lot more risk if you just take it in one trip. Like I'm adding here, and that's it. I'm waiting. If you're doing a strategy like that, you need to have tighter risk parameters. But if you are willing to let the range play and see the things that you want to see, you can add on one lot, wait for the setup to happen, and then add on once we've either broken over that level or hit our below pivot with the same invalidation level for both contracts. If we broke below 40-43 and I didn't see the tick divergence setting up, I would have exited fully and waited for 40-40. Again, it's scuffed trade, but
So just keep in mind, following the cash
managing
equity
in the
close
sense
today, we
of
did
what I
get
was
comments
looking
from
for.
Fed's Barkin, who speaks at the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research at the Economic Summit. So the topic is what is keeping inflation elevated. So there's no indication of a text or a Q&A to be released from Barkin. Also keep in mind that this event is invitation only. There does not appear to be any live video stream for this event.
Like, I just don't see a reason. What is the rebalance you're talking about? Market on close and then end of week, like position rebalancing. So you have like a lot of larger, like you're going to see larger positions close in the end of week, not holding or re-hedging positions. And then you see like that's that divergence ramp that we get where you see the MOC candle is usually a sell candle. And then we don't really see any follow through once MOC closes, that market on close order confirms, then we see a buying push at the end of day. That's that ramp that I usually play at close, which is a tick divergence into a known pivot. We get a sell candle on MOC final, no follow through. I then will bid into that because there's no follow through from the sell side, and then we get a rebalancing and a pushback up. And you can go back and look at every end of day and you'll see the same setup, which is a divergence into a pivot with our underlyings buying, with this selling, and then a push up. This one just took a little bit longer than I was expecting, but the move happened. I don't know, Mario, you have anything to add? I don't.
No, it's just like, especially in that area at the end of the day, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with looking for that move up, right? Like for your entry. And this kind of goes into like your initial questioning, Adam, where you're like, where's the stop then? And it's like you need to be either small enough where you're comfortable then with the range retrace, or and understand that you are buying for the breakout, right? And that is a certain momentum play, or you have to and be small enough where you're okay with the range because it's still in a range, right? or then be quick to cut quickly or average down. Like it's not a one-step process kind of thing. I've heard comments on rebalancing. I don't have any, but that's just my comment on what you were getting at the beginning with the trade there. I don't know. Does anyone have any other questions?
I feel like the setups today were pretty self-explanatory, or we like went through them in depth.
The earlier ones for sure. I
Yeah.
mean, we just like literally like trended for like a good hour and a half.
Mm,
And those are, I mean, you guys can probably tell, like after a move like we had mid-afternoon, early afternoon occurs, like it's okay to just chalk it up. Layton's good at that. Like I just kind of hang out, watch some YouTube, get more quiet. Like I understand it's difficult if you come in later in the day, but then you also have to understand that like you're coming in later in the day and there's not much you can do about it.
So under 5 minutes away now to expect to hear comments from Fed's Barkin, who speaks at the Stanford Institute for Economic Policy Research Summit in Stanford, California.
yeah.
So the
I don't
topic is
really
on what's
know.
keeping inflation elevated.
It was trend day. I was looking
Yep.
for zero to hold. We bought the zero holds into pivots, and the day divergence play with bullish tick divergence, down channel on ES into our known level. Those were like the only plays that we took today. Let's go to our volume profile, see what we looked. Here we go. What did we do? We filled this node, right? Like this low volume area. And we traded to the edge of this distribution, which is what we thought would happen, right? So we're building a base into this 40-30, 40-50 area. And this edge of this previous distribution is our resistance. So next week, we will be watching to see if this area holds. As long as this area holds, we now have a potential for continuation, right? We're building out a potential move like this, if that holds. But yep, that's why we can develop PTs. We're just playing this distribution here, the edges, and we're looking for this major node to hold that we're at. This was resistance. It became support. It became our TPOC for the day at 40.20. Push over that gave us the ability to climb and fill out this low volume area. I don't know if I really need to go into much more. You can see it's still playing.
Maybe on Monday we'll focus once again on volume profile setups.
Yeah.
To really, but like I cannot stress is we're just trading balance, imbalance to balance. That's it. It's not rocket science. That doesn't mean it's not hard. But
Yeah, CJ, I think that's the biggest problem is like as you go in later in the day, you need to be trading smaller and smaller size, especially if you had a good morning. Like it's either you just go touch grass and that's the end of the day, or you need to be like really limiting exposure so you don't lose gains. I see that over and over again where it's like you have really great morning setups and then throughout the day you start to YOLO your gains away, expecting
So seeing
larger
comments from the
moves,
Fed's Barkin now
understanding
says the
that
labour
like
market's still quite
the
tight.
market's
Makes sense
getting
to move more
and more
deliberately
tight.
than last year.
Like
Fed policymakers have forecast additional rate increases. Expect no rate cuts this year, says Barkin. If inflation persists, we can raise rates further, says Fed's Barkin. returning to price stability will likely take a lot of time and effort. Says we still have more work to do. And Barkin says that my view is in step with the FOMC. Inflation likely past its peak, says Fed's Barkin, and inflation expectations are well anchored, but under the surface movements warrant caution. January's jump in consumer spending probably not sustainable. So again, just some comments from Fed's Barkin there. So the key points he did say Fed policymakers have forecast additional rate increases and expect no rate cuts this year. Also does say that if inflation persists, we can raise rates further. So again, just some after the market comments from Fed's Barkin there.
But yep, if there's no other questions, my DMs are open. Okay, this is the biggest thing. Again, if I do not respond to you within a day, at me in the
So again,
server,
just following the close of the US
in this
cash
server,
equities
in this
markets and
channel,
those
letting me know that you
comments
sent
from
the
Fed's
DM.
Barkin there.
A
Just going to
lot of
give you
them are
guys a
getting
quick
lost.
market wrap of the session today to wrap up the week as well. So US stocks did end this week on a high note, driven by speculation that the Federal Reserve won't raise interest rates beyond peak levels that are already priced in.
If it's
So
the
a
first
rally in
time
the
that you've
S&P
messaged me,
500 helped snap a 3-week losing streak,
like most
while the
likely
Nasdaq
I have to
100
talk
scored
to
its best day since early February. Sentiment remained upbeat despite a report showing resilience in the service sector, as some investors wagered the impact of the Fed's hikes on the economy would be delayed. A measure of prices paid by services providers showed costs rising at a slower pace, which was cheered by traders. So bond yields rose for the week through treasuries richened in a Friday rally, with the 10-year yield hovering around 3.96%. A benchmark of the dollar had its worst week since mid-January, ending 4 consecutive weeks of gains. So all eyes will be on the non-farm payrolls report next week for clues on whether the economy can handle more rate hikes. Data this week showed a continued labor market resilience in the US, supporting the case for the Fed to stick to its tightening policy, a theme that had pushed almost every major asset into the red during February. But investors have heartened after Atlanta Fed President Bostic said yesterday that the central bank could possibly pause its rate hike sometime this summer. Traders interpreted his comments as dovish, even though Bostic and his colleagues said that decisions would continue to be data dependent, and a Fed report on Friday emphasized that further rate increases are in store.
Okay.
Anything else?
Uh, but yeah, I mean, like, again, just please at me. I'm not ignoring you. I promise. I just didn't see it. It got trapped. It got lost.
Too
So
busy in Naked Nation.
yeah, true. Um, we weren't really here for the morning session, so I can't really review any of that. But if you guys have any trades you want me to look at over the weekend that you took, let me know. Or if you want to go over like risk management or anything like that. But that's basically it. Yeah, you guys have a good weekend.
Peace.